that's not happy to sort of be on record, then just keep your questions into the chat and let us know. We won't mention your name if it's absolutely necessary, but they don't really go anywhere other than here. I'm curious now because it says 23:52 next to the record symbol. Does it cache the first part and add it to the recording? Is that a new feature, or is it just showing me?
Just basically. So yeah, well, I was on the call 10 minutes early, maybe closer to 15. So that makes it about right. It means that we've been on the call for about 25 minutes already.
Yeah, I noticed people were jumping in quite early and saying hello.
Got some eager beavers.
Good, it's good. Simran asks, I've got a question. How do you increase the display settings of VBox? Joe, when I fire it up in a minute, I will go through and show you the stuff that's in there. So I'll show you how you can change the resolution, how the different scalings work.
There's also another question about troops. Is the troops going to be random? I think it's still random this week, right? We haven't decided.
It is. We'll just stick to the same ones as last time because we've still only just about getting everyone registered. I'm still dealing with people either not getting into Teams, not getting into Outlook, not getting into their email, or one or two of the above. I suppose there might be people with all three of the above, but they've got absolutely no way to contact me. So that's probably even worse. So I asked about change the sessions about work. So I've sent you a message on Aula. I've been chasing that up, so hopefully that will take effect. But for now, I assume it does because we've had no reason to think otherwise. So assume it's that, and I've also sent you what the timetable would be for it. So if it doesn't show yet, do it anyway. So tests. There are no tests. So there's not going to be any sort of quizzes or anything you've got to do. So someone's asked, are the tests online because their internet isn't great? Just paraphrasing a little. It's fine. You'll do coursework and then you'll upload stuff. To submit. You won't have to do anything live. So, Oliver, have you? You say you've got a VMware version of the VM for this module. Have you converted it?
I was going to say. He seems pretty sure it works properly as well.
Okay.
It might be a good idea to send it to me or James, and we'll have a go at testing it. And if it's good, we'll put it on the downloads page, and we'll make sure everyone has the options for both.
It's been on my to-do list to make up a second one anyway, just in case people want to use that. Right. So James wants to know what you need to do right about now. James, do you mean like in the next couple of hours, or like now, as in this point in the course? And Stanley, yes, absolutely. You can keep using Kali. If you're happy with Kali, that's fine. I think we went over this last week, and I think just get the message across. It's absolutely fine to use whatever platform you like. You don't even have to use Linux for this part if you don't want to. It's just if you're not sure and you're starting out, it's great. I think if you can have exactly the same interface that you're going to see me use. So you'll see, the same prompt, the things will be in the same place, same software will be installed, everything's there. And if you need something debugged, I can try at my end and tell you exactly what I did and have a pretty good expectation that it will come out exactly the same when you do it. So James, okay, so for right now, if you want to just fire up the VM, that'd be great. We're going to jump into that in a minute. So this is practically practicing Linux programming. No, so some of the Python's multi-platform. So the source code is cross-platform unless you write things that are specifically for one or the other. So if you call out to any commands that are in Linux, which some things do, then obviously that's not going to work well on Windows without a little bit of jiggery-pokery. But on the whole, Python is cross-platform, and there is an interpreter for all of the main platforms. So the Linux part is we're using that. There was an explanation at the start of the video that I uploaded, which is the 50 minutes about the VM and Linux, which is on Aula. But the point of using Linux here is It's a good development environment. Okay, so it's actually quite a welcoming one, even if it doesn't look like it at first. It's easier to get started using Linux because a lot of the documentation's about it. Lots of things aren't hidden from you. You can write, very small amounts of things, a small amount of code and have it work without lots of boilerplate that goes with it, which, on Windows can be a little bit more tricky because of the way the paths work, or, trying to work out where Linux has been installed, has it been installed. If you don't have the privileges to install Linux, it gets a bit tricky, and so on and so on. So it's good for that. But it's also good because of cybersecurity. So in cybersecurity, people tend to use Linux as a platform because it can be quite light. You can install some very small things. It's quite stable. It gives you low-level access to stuff. If you want to mess around with your network card and read it like it's a file, then Linux is the place to be doing it. Okay, so let's have a look. So Oliver, so you increased it. So I did wonder because it seemed like when it came in, there was it's almost as if VirtualBox was not writing a good bit of XML, so it was like miscounting something. So you fixed that by the looks of it. Darren says so. It's Python practice. Yeah, pretty much. Simran, idle. Yeah, you can use idle. That's not a problem. Although, if you wanted things to look exactly like they do here, this is a good place to download the VM and use that. But it is up to you. Now, if you want to follow along in Windows, then actually idle is fine. For the stuff that we're doing today, you'll be able to use idle without any problems at all, just like Simran.
I use VS Code if that helps you guys at all, but I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter.
I'm a big fan of VS Code as well now. I've been a convert.
Have you? Yay!
I've not on a Linux box. I'll still use for one true editor, but if I'm working on Windows, VS Code is wonderful. It really is nice. So
yeah,
might write some instructions for it actually, and GitHub will have very shortly for everybody VS Code integrated into GitHub itself.
Oh, really? So that's super cool.
I'm on the beta team for it. It's cool. It's cool.
Nice.
Right.
If you've got Kali and you're happy with it, that's absolutely fine. You don't need to worry. The VM, like I said, it's there as a minimum requirement, right? So if you've already got Linux and you're happy with it, or you've got your Linux stuff set up, that's fine. What is VS Codium, Oliver?
I was going to say I've never heard of VS Codium, to be honest.
It's Visual Studio Code without the tracking stuff. Yeah, I meant VS Codium when I said VS Code as well.
Yeah,
so it doesn't have the telemetry built into it.
You can turn off the telemetry in VS Code regular anyway. It's like a simple line.
But yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. PyCharm basically writes Python for you. I mean, if you want to use PyCharm, that's absolutely fine, but it does cost money when you're not a student. So I don't necessarily recommend it because I feel like programming should be free, but that's a personal choice. Doesn't mean you can't use it though.
No, it is preference. A lot of this, I showed you a few editors last time. Today you'll see me using Emacs, which is still the only editor I really like using. Okay.
For everybody who keeps asking if they can still use Kali in VMware, if you want to use any Linux distribution, and I repeat, any Linux distribution that you want, you can have Linux from scratch if you want. It doesn't matter, just as long as you understand that we can't necessarily support you on every single Linux distribution there is out there, because there's hundreds.
Yeah.
If you want it to look exactly the same way as James's command line, though, this is why we've provided the stuff that we've provided. It doesn't mean that you have to use it, right? It just makes it easier for, some of the newbies who are just getting to grips with some of this stuff, okay?
Yeah.
So use whatever you want, but this is what we're using.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's fine, Jack. This is why the VM's there. So don't worry. So how much of the coding we're doing today? This week needs to stuff. So Jacob, if you for the first few weeks, if you've got first few weeks, you should be fine with just Python running on Windows, no problem. But having said that, downloading VirtualBox is pretty quick. So it doesn't take long. If you've got 10 minutes to install it, you'll be done without any problem.
Yeah, and like I've said before, like for you guys who have got here maybe a little bit later, if you guys do have any problems setting up like VirtualBox or getting the VM on there, please reach out. It's kind of not, I wouldn't say necessarily imperative, but generally speaking, if you want to like carry on into the second and third years in the ethical hacking course, it's a good idea if you can, be able to set up your own virtual environments and be able to, run your own lab essentially. And that's what VMware and VirtualBox and such will let you do.
Yeah, we make use of virtual machines a hell of a lot over the course. It's
oh yeah, and Docker.
And Docker.
So, yeah.
Okay, right. So shall we get started? So what I wanted to do first was to show you some really simple Python. So we're going to make a function. We're going to have it do something. We're going to put some data into it, get the data out and print it, and then you're going to go away and try something similar. So we are just building up from there. I'm going to share my screen. The first thing I'm going to do, so similar, this was related to what you just asked. The first thing I'm going to do is, I'll find my share screen button again. There it is. So I'm going to display my whole screen. There we go. You can see I've just Googled VS Codium. And then we'll drop into the VM. It was locked going to the password. So you can see here, this is what it looks like for me at the moment. So this is, taking up most of my screen. It's full size. Remember, if you get stuck, you can always press the right control, so it gets you out of this, so you can tab and do other things. If you wanted to get out of this scaled mode, you can press the right control and F, and it will then drop it down into a window that you can move around. Okay, so that's the first thing. When we're talking about sizing things, you can drop it like that and change the way it scales the window, so it's not a full screen. And from here, you can change things like you can make it full screen, you can make it scaled. So if I switch it to scaled mode, I can now do this, and my operating system inside there will just, it doesn't really know that this is happening to it. So if you wanted to work in a smaller window, you can do. If your problem is that you have it in full screen, and let me just sort of about full screen. I've done what I wanted. That wasn't actually the way I wanted to do it, but anyway, I've got out of scaled mode by going to full screen out using right control and F. So that's what it calls the host key. If you do make it full screen, so I'm going to do that again, make it full screen like this, and it's not the right size, then what you can do is you can go into your settings in here. So control menu, settings, no, hardware. This is the one, hardware, monitor settings. And then you can change this. So if you change that to something close to, but ideally not over your normal resolution. So this is close to the 1080 that this machine's running at, then there it is. So I'll just change it to one of these for a second. So you see here, I've changed it. You can see it's changed the aspect ratio, and now put it back. It doesn't fit the window perfectly, but it's good enough for what I want to do. If you wanted a better fit, you'd probably be better going for a higher resolution. There it goes in and doesn't quite fit on the screen anymore. This stuff goes off. So what I would do is I would put it into scale mode instead. And full screen that way. It's not quite the right ratio, but you can try and. Ooh, that's even worse. But to be honest, I prefer just having that little bit of border. I don't mind. So you feel free to try it. Like I said previously, it really doesn't matter if you make a mistake and things don't go as you want, because you can always just re-download the VM. As long as you're not saving all your files in there that you really need and haven't done anything with them to save them, then you're okay. And at this point, you shouldn't really have anything that you need. We're going to show you today how to use code that comes from GitHub, and then to push the code back to your forked repository, which you can then use that same thing if you wanted to create a repository, put your code in, and store it all nice and safe outside of the VM, so you can always check it back out. So you shouldn't have to worry. Right, let me get back to this full screen. There we go. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Is there any queries coming through? Because I'm turning off the chat like last time. It stops me getting too distracted. So Adam, is there anything coming through?
Yeah, good idea. Yeah, there's one. I had that blue lock appear on my Linux a couple of times and wasn't able to remove it. How do I do it?
Just type in the password. So if you haven't changed it, then it's swordfish. You just start typing.
How do we get to the code page on the VM?
So easiest way to do it, if you get Firefox up, so obviously we're going to go for a browser. Firefox is installed, so that's what we're going for.
I was going to say, I think I've got that link lying around anyway. Any
minute now. There we go. You can either go through Owler and go through it that way. So if you can log into Owler through here, it's a perfectly safe thing to do. You're not in the lab. But you could do that, or you can go directly to the GitHub repository. So github.country.ac.uk, and then from there you put in pages CEH 406.1cm. Okay, so that's what you type in. And what I suggest is typing in the first time, maybe you'll make some mistakes, but it will literally take you less than 20 seconds to get that right, and just copy the stuff in and then bookmark it, and that's it, you're done. Okay, so everything you do in here, I can't think of any reason for you to need to log into anything in general inside the VM unless you actually have to. Not that it's a problem if you do or don't, but just speed and efficiency. We can get you straight in that way. Okay. Right. So, the other thing that you might see me do a lot is this. So you can see I've got Firefox, and then all of a sudden I don't have Firefox, but now Firefox is back, and I might have other things running. So let's say I've got a few terminals running in here. Then I'm in Firefox, then I'm back to here. What I'm doing is I'm pressing Control Alt and using left and right to go to these virtual desktops. So I think I did this without thinking last time. And so if ever you see something that looks like magic, just ask, because it will be a shortcut or a key combo or some feature that I'm so used to that I've just forgotten that it's not obvious. So if you ever see anything like that and you think, how is that happening? Just let me know, okay? And we'll tell you what it is. I'm trying to pick them all up as we go along. Right. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to look at the schedule of stuff, and I'll show you the way that we've been working as staff, because there's no real secret to the stuff that goes in there. I've got a list of the things I want to do, and the key points I want to mention. So I've got them in here so we can keep referring back to them, and it's also my editor. So there we go. Okay. So here we go. So you see the schedule. We're going to go through this bit: functions, variables, and output. So that's going to be the 10-minute down, which is kind of starting now. Key things for this week. So the key things that you should be able to do is create simple programs with functions. Look at the Python equivalent of main. So anyone that's done programming something else will recognize that. If you don't, I'll explain what that is as we go along anyway. We're going to use virtual environments and pip to install PyDoc3 and PyTest. We're going to write unit tests and documentation, which is why we need those two things. We're going to fork and use a Git repository, and we're going to work on the transcoder project. And look, there's even reminders for myself. So here's the three things. One, thank the contributors. So you'll notice now on the main page, we have list of contributors. I did say that, you'd get in here. I didn't expect to get my first pull request before the end of last week's session, but still, they've got typos fixed, and Adil spotted possibly the most difficult to spot typo I've ever seen corrected that easily, which was actually inside binary, but he did. And he and Hayden both contributed stuff in the past week, so feel free to have a look and do the same. It is not a requirement, and they don't get extra marks for it. They just get the name in there. So if you think, well, I don't know how to do that, don't worry, that's not an issue. So thank you to both of those. That was really useful, and it's also good to know that the idea works. No one posted any questions with a Q&A tag. I did look. One of the things about Aula, whatever else you think of it, it's a good way to post stuff and tag it, okay? But if you don't tag things, it's really easy for them to get lost in the noise, because there's a lot of students and people are talking, they're answering each other, they're going for various things. There can be hundreds of posts go through, okay? So when you post something and you think, well, this is one I want an answer to, from the module leader on a specific thing, tag it with a Q&A, okay? And then I can catch them. No one used it over the past week. I did mention it, and it's in Aula, but I'm just stressing it now because we're hoping that that's going to be a good way at the end of the week to go, right, these were the sorts of questions people were asking, and they're working individually, and then I can put together an answer. Maybe some of it will just be direct answers, but if the same thing gets asked 10 times, the chances are that more than just those 10 people have had or will have that problem, and we can put it into a video, or have some FAQ document that we can answer some of these things in a bit more permanently. And this one, I should be really clear. So you do need to work on this in your own time. Okay, so the 3 hours of this session is broken up into different parts. So we've got, do a bit of Q&A at the start, which we fix a few bits and bobs, which is quite useful. We'll do a demo, we'll have the breakout, you'll work on some stuff, but it's not your whole chunk of work. Being at university is about the hours that you put in for yourself and outside of the timetable sessions as much as it is the timetabled ones. That doesn't change whether we're remote or not. So, you would have your 3 hours of contact a week with me if we're on campus, but you'd be expected to do at least double that in your own time outside. So, it's a full-time job, if you like, being at university. That's the kind of amount of time you should expect. Luckily, with stuff like this, hopefully it doesn't all feel like just hard work. By turning it into projects and things to build, that can be quite creative and enjoyable things, rather than just going through and memorizing a bunch of facts or anything like that. Okay, so onto the schedule. I've got a sort of template. So I want to make sure that we've planned the stuff in advance. I do actually have a template for some of these things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the contents of this. This is what we're going to build up, okay? And I'm now going to start from scratch to explain why we get there. So this is where we're heading. It's very simple, and I'll explain all of those bits as we go along. Okay, so I'm going to split the screen. And I'm going to put in here, I'm going to call this one f2.py. This is my completely empty Python file, and I'm going to do the usual thing. So remember we had the shebang. Oh, this is going to annoy me if it keeps doing that. I think it does it a couple of times. Right, user bin end Python, if you remember this. So we're going to put that line in. What it does is when this runs in the shell, it tells the shell where this needs to be interpreted, or which other thing needs to be called and this stuff passed through. Okay, remember we did the little demo. If we try this without that, then it will try to run it through the bash shell or the Z shell, and it won't make any sense, right? So it'll be trying to script in another language. Here we tell it we're going to do some Python. So just to test things out, and this is a very small step in this case, but actually this is pretty much how people write code when they're not writing things with really big design documents. We start off with the smallest working bit of code and then build up from there. Okay, So I'm going to just sort of print hello world. I know we've done this, but it's used as a recap because we've got lots of people asking questions about it. And then in a terminal, I'm going to go to the same place. Now I say, oh, that's good. Now I saved this in home student week 2 f2.py. Okay, now my home directory is home student, as yours would be if you logged in here. So I'm already part of the way there. I need to go into week 2, have a look and see what's here. Yeah, okay, and then I'm going to go and have a look at the f2.py file. I think you saw this last week as well. I can use cat to check what's in there, or I can use less. Useful things. It's not Python, they're just useful commands, so they'd let's look inside. Less is good if you've got a file that's bigger than one screenful, because you can use page up and page down and press Q to quit to get out of it. Cat will just paste it onto the screen. Okay, you also remember hopefully chmod u plus x, numlock on u plus x, f2.py, and now I should be able to just run f2.py and get hello world. Okay, so that's a minimal viable program, and you might think, well, what's the point? Well, the point is that I've just made sure that I understand how to get Python running, and when I get any errors later, and usually you do, it's part of writing code, I know that it's not my misunderstanding of how the interpreter works, how I've edited the file. I know I can write that one simple line of Python. Okay, now over here there's this line down here. All right, these pair of lines actually. The top bit seems a little bit different to what we've been used to, and this is something that I'm going to show you now and explain, and it will become more obvious why it's needed as we go along, but it's useful to do now rather than later. What this is, if you've ever programmed in another language, so if you're programming things like C, Pascal, Java, C#, whatever, you have what we call an entry point, okay, into the code. Usually that's going to be called something like main. In most of those languages, you'll see a function called main, and that tells the compiler when this runs, you start with this. This is the bit that you start, and that runs everything. In Python, you've seen we've been putting stuff in, and it starts at the top and then runs all the way down. Okay, one of the ways that we can tell it this is what we want you to do is to put everything inside functions and then only call those functions as we want them. You might think it doesn't matter, but soon you will see that we can import other pieces of code. Okay, so you'll start seeing this with things like transcoder and projects come afterwards. You'll have files that contain useful bits of functionality, and we import them from somewhere else. You'll see very soon, import and then something like that. When that happens, any code that's in there is evaluated, meaning it's run as it's imported. What you should usually find is that code being run is just defining functions. Okay, we'll do one of those in a second. But if there's any code that's just left around, it will also run. And maybe that's what you want, right? Maybe you want it to initialize the stuff. But quite often, what you'd want is for it not to do that unless you're running that module all on its own. And so that's why we say if the name of the currently running thing is actually equal to this _main _, then it means that we've just run this program. Okay, as in we haven't imported it, we are running it from the command line or from wherever, and we expect to get some output. And what that means is that this should have exactly the same output now as previously, and it does. And we can just check to make sure that nothing up my sleeve. That is definitely a changed program, but it's only going to do that when we want it to. Okay, so if I run Python 3 like this and do import F2, nothing happens. Okay, if I take this out, we get hello world. Okay, now there's not really anything useful to import there, but you can see the difference. Okay, so that's the explanation. And to be honest, it's that one of those things that I've always said with Python, it's great because your first program, hello world, is print hello world. You always write that first. Whereas if you did that in something like Java, which is another popular first language, you have to write public static void main open bracket string square bracket, args, close round bracket, curly bracket, system.out.println, open bracket, hello world, close bracket, semicolon, close curly bracket. Yes, that's the absolute bare minimum type of stuff you've got to write. And then that's got to go inside a class, and then that's got to be compiled. So it's quite nice that you can write that single hello world. And then all of a sudden, I'm telling you that you have to write this line as well. And it's a little bit of boilerplate, but hopefully that explanation is enough for it to stick in your head. Okay, right. So we've got this, we've got our hello world, we can do something. I'm also now going to show you how to create a function. Function is a packaged up bit of functionality. Okay, so it's a bit of code that you maybe want to reuse, so you can reuse it multiple times in the same program. There are plenty of ways to reuse them in other programs as well, but we'll talk about that another day. Very simple. There is a keyword, so that's def for define. Okay, and then we give it the name of the function. So I'm going to call this one say hello. And then we give it a list of things that we need to know to run. I'm going to put in that list nothing at the moment, but even with nothing, that list has to be there. Okay, the list is within parentheses, so that the round brackets, and then we have a colon, and we go down and we indent all of the contents. You'll notice down here I've got if name is equal to main print hello world. This bit is indented. So whenever we see this in Python, colon and then something indented, then the thing that follows is sort of guarded by that first line, if you like. Okay, so in this case, it will only happen if this is true. In this case, whatever I put in here that's indented will only happen when that function is actually activated or called, as we say. So what I'm going to do in there is I'm going to say print hello world. Okay. And then instead of saying print hello world, I'm going to do this. Okay. Now, this one, it's a really simple line. We know what that does. We now got it as a line inside a function. So we've got a name for some code, and we can use that by putting the name of that function and whatever information it requires. In this case, nothing, but we still put the list in. All right. We still put that empty sequence. So we can save it and we can run it. It says hello world, which is fine. We can also, just to prove that this only happens when it's called, if I save it with just the function definition, nothing happens. Okay. Now, if I go back into Python, the shell, like how we first started, and I do import F2 now, I can now do F2 dot say hello, and I get hello world. Okay, so this is accessing the internals of something else. We'll do more of that as we go along. I'm just sort of doing it for completeness at the moment. Right, so there's our program. It does some stuff. This might seem like a lot of extra typing to do exactly the same thing. However, you could easily have a situation where this becomes a collection of code that, even though it's very simple, you don't want to keep typing out. So one of the things that we did previously, if you remember, we made ASCII art. So let's say we go for Figlet Online again. We pick something fun from here that has numbers. I don't know why I'm so concerned about picking one that I like, but I like that one. No, actually, I like this one. It's important. So I'm going to copy that, selected it. So someone asking about copying and pasting, I've just selected that. You can right click and do copy, but to be honest, it would have been okay anyway. You go to where you want it to be pasted, and you should be able to just click middle button, and there it is. Okay. Interesting that it came out with the funny quotes on that. Right, it doesn't matter. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put print statements in front of all of this. And finish each one off. Actually, no, I can just do that in a block as well. Actually, that was a bad idea because it's got those types. Do you remember we talked about strings previously? We can start a string with quotes, the double or single. example again. We can do print hello world like that, and the single quotes are fine, it's not a problem. Or we can use single quotes as the outside, and that will allow us to use double quotes inside. But what we can't do is try and use double quotes or in a string that has double quotes to delineate it, or single quotes in one that uses single quotes on the outside. So you see it doesn't work. And because this one, when I copied and pasted, those characters didn't come out the same way, I've put them in like that to make sure they're all indented properly. So indentation here is 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. That's fine as long as you stick to it. You can also use tabs as long as you stick to it. You can't mix them, and generally sticking with 4 spaces is better, because 4 spaces is 4 spaces no matter where you are. Tabs can look different in different editors and get very confusing. There are quite bitter arguments about whether tabs or spaces are better, but I don't care that much. Right, let's see what we get when we run this now. There we go. We get this thing printed out, 4061 CEM. Still, we could have done this, just by having those print statements here. But now what we can do is we can say hello once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Okay, and we can reuse that functionality. Again, not the most useful functionality at the moment, but you can see how that builds up to other things. Right, so that's our first function. Now let's make one that takes in some data. Okay, so the example that I wanted to use was one to multiply things. Now, I know you can multiply stuff without that. In fact, in Python, it's very easy. So if I run Python again, and I do 12 times 12, it works out to 144. So if I did print 12, suddenly got caps lock on, print 12 times 12, it will display 144. If I did a string like this, and you've seen these F strings that allow us to put names of things in, or evaluate something in the middle, we can say 12 times 12 is 12 no problem. So we don't need this function. The idea of making a function that we don't need in this case is you are looking only at how the function works, not being amazed at how it does something that you've never seen before. Okay, so that bit comes later. Okay, so we're going to write one that multiplies 2 numbers. Now this one definitely needs some information. Okay, if you're going to multiply 2 numbers, there are 2 bits of information that you absolutely must have, and they are the 2 numbers. Okay, now we can call them whatever we like. I'm going to call them number A and number B, and I'm instantly going to regret that because I don't like typing that much. You shouldn't have single variable name, single letter variable names of things in general, but when you have something like this, then I see no problem with doing things like num A, num B, or even for something so small, A and B, and referring to them inside. As long as you describe what they are in the documentation, which we'll talk about in a little while. We can also put in the comments like this. I really don't see a problem with it. So again, there are conventions about the way that we name things. For now, we're going to go with whatever makes most sense. All right. Okay. The answer to this then is really simple because it's A star B. But just doing that calculation doesn't mean it's going to go where we want it to go. We want this to be something that we can get the value back out of. Okay. We don't want it to just display on screen. So we don't want this. Okay, let's just make sure it actually does what we expect anyway. So multiply, let's do 12 and 12 again. So when we run this, okay, just show the answer, but I want to be able to put something like print 12 times 12 is, and then have it multiply in there. So I want to be able to do this, okay? Now at the moment, this isn't going to work. Okay, because that function isn't actually giving an answer, it's just displaying some output. Okay, so this is an important distinction. Things that go to the screen are just for the user to look at. They're not how the code communicates internally with itself. For that, what we do is we'd return a value. So here's a new keyword, return. I'm going to return at the moment 144. Okay, anyone that's reading this and thinking, hold on, but that's only the answer now. That's not the answer if we change the values. That's right, but let's just make sure that we get the right output for this. So again, small iterative steps, make sure we understand what's going on. So multiply will return 144. What that means is that when you see things like, let's just get rid of that line for a moment, print multiply 1212. I'm going to put some extra spacing around this just to make it easy for us to see. You've got this bit here is what's being printed, and that is a function call. So it's as if I'd written whatever this returns. Okay, so this will be evaluated. So to evaluate it, it will call the function, it will execute it. When it gets to the return, in it goes. If there is no return, it comes out as none, which is exactly what you saw here. Okay, so what we should see here is 144. And there it is. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to having this line where it actually puts that inside these curly brackets. Okay, so remember the stuff that's inside curly brackets is replaced with whatever the code is inside. So here it's a string, but we said, right, got an F at the start, curly brackets, anything between those curly brackets gets executed if it's code and then put in. So before we'd seen into variable names, now we're using a function call, and that's fine. 12 times 12 is 144. So that's what we want it to be. Now I want to be able to say something like 11 and 11. And you can guess the problem is it still says 12 times 12 is 144. Okay, well, let's just change this bit here and here for now. That's already a lot more effort than I wanted to go into, but still. And then we'll do A times B in here. Okay. 11 times 11 is 121. Great. So let's change this to 10 times 10. The answer's right, but these bits aren't. So what we might do is we might say val1 is equal to 10, val2 is equal to 10, val1 times val2 is this. Again, curly brackets means that this bit here is not just the text that you see, it's actually evaluated, as in it looks at it as if it's a piece of Python code and gets the value for it. It's a variable, so it just puts the variable in. Same with val2, and then here it calls the function with 1010. Okay, now make sure that works. Yes, it does. And here's where it gets really exciting. And I say things like that quite often, but remember, this is exciting for someone that likes programming. You don't expect you all to necessarily jump out of your seat with joy, but that is an option. Okay, val1 times val2 is multiply val1, val2. Okay, now we've got the right answer, and hopefully, if I did 5 and 5, everything there matches up. Okay, so what have we learned? First thing, we can actually have values put into here that aren't literals. So literals are the numbers themselves. So when I had 12 and 12 in there, I was literally saying 12 times 12. Now I'm saying val1 times val2. So the function doesn't care. It gets 12 or whatever's inside the val1 or val2, and it knows them as A and B. So the names don't have to match up. You pass in numbers, you can pass in variables, it doesn't matter. So that's good. It means that this code here doesn't have to know anything about this code. Okay, it can work and it knows it's going to get two numbers, it'll multiply them and it'll hand it back. How you use it afterwards is up to you, and that's a really nice thing. It makes this a more general purpose function and we can reuse it in more places. The other thing that we've seen again is this using the curly brackets inside these strings to put something into the output. We could do it by printing multiple times. Yeah, there are lots of ways to do it, but this is quite a neat way to go about it. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. So just run this one more time just to make sure everything works as we expect when they're not the same. So 5 times 10. Let's do 3 times 10. Okay, all seems to work.
James, could you do some like addition and subtraction as well?
Yeah.
You guys want to see it? Make the magic happen.
No problem. So let's go for add. We can call them A and B again, so we might as well do that now. The reason it doesn't matter is because the scope of these variables here, which are what they are really, they're names for whatever you give it, is the inside of the function. So that A and that B are not the same as this A and this B. Okay, so A plus B being there, and if we wanted to one thing here, so you can see here I'm just printing twice, so it'll multiply and add them together using these two different functions. Okay, now obviously A plus B and this, we could easily have just done this, okay, and it would work just as well. So we're not really writing functions that we have to write for this. However, if you wanted something that was more complicated, then it becomes really, really useful. Okay, so let's say, for example, you wanted to find whether something was odd or even, right? You could easily write a function to make that test. You don't want to keep writing that code out multiple times. Why don't we think of something about, so we can think of converting values. So Celsius to Fahrenheit. I don't remember this stuff off the top of my head. So the formula is here. So let's say 5 degrees C times 9 over 5 plus 32 gives us 41 degrees Fahrenheit. So let's say we're going to do that instead. So that's a much more useful thing to do because we can't do it with a single operation. So I'm going to paste that in here now just as a reference, and I'm going to make a function that does exactly that. So this is C to F. Now notice that I've put a capital T and a capital F. One of the things that you see quite often in Python are variable names, function names, and things like that that require more than one word. We can't have spaces in them, remember? So what we would do is we would have the words and then we would separate them by making the first letter of each word uppercase. So it's camel case or snake case decisions that you make. The one is that you do this. So I could have gone C to F, used underscores to separate it out. Honestly, again, I don't care that much which one you pick. Just if I see them keep changing in your code, that's how you're going to start losing marks in the submission for neatness, elegance, and things like that. It's not for picking one or the other. It's for not sticking to it. Okay, so just go with what you feel is best. Personally, I like fewer keystrokes rather than spaced out things. So I'm going to go C to F, and I'm just going to say that we want a value. Yeah? We don't need two values, we only need one value for this. And the answer is going to be that thing multiplied by 9 divided by 5 plus 32. Okay. Any comment so that it's out of the way. Remember, anything with a hash is ignored. The only one that's special is this one up here, and it's not really Python that's looking at that. It's the shell that puts it through the interpreter. So that there won't bother Python at all. I said val times 9 divided by 5 plus 21. Now you've got to remember that there is an order of precedence for these things. Anyone that's done maths, and you have to have done maths to go on the course, will know brackets, order, division, multiplication, addition, subtraction. So BODMAS or BIDMAS if you use index the second one. So we want this to happen, and it's something times something divided by something. So actually those three things don't matter because multiplication, division, doesn't really matter which order we do those things in. You could do 5 times 9 or 5 times the result of 9 over 5, doesn't matter. And the 32 has to happen afterwards, but the addition and subtraction will happen afterwards anyway. So I could be really clear about it by putting all these brackets in like this. And generally, I would anyway, just to make it absolutely obvious which order these things need to be evaluated. Python won't care, but human readers do, and that's important. But you don't have to, because it would have worked anyway with the order of precedence.
Don't forget, it's supposed to be plus 32, not plus 21 there, James.
It's a transposition error. My hands are in slightly the wrong place. Okay. So there we go. That's our C to F. And this is a much more useful function, I think, right? So let's do V equals, I don't know, what's the temperature? What's the temperature today? Coventry's weather. I'm not actually in Coventry at the moment, but yeah, it's as good a place as any. 16 degrees. So, V equals 16. Let's work out what that is in Fahrenheit. So, V. Let's just do it like that. Capital C, capital C. And then in brackets, undo C to F. So this bracket here is just a bracket in the text. It's only when we get to the curly bracket that the stuff inside gets executed. So that bracket that I've just put in, that one is actually part of the function call because it's all inside the curly brackets. There we go. And then that F is just a letter F, and that closes off the print. Okay, there we go. And it says the temperature is currently 16 degrees C or 60.8 F. Okay, so let's just check that works on here. There we go. So Google agrees. And that's a more useful function. So there you've got your division, addition, subtraction works in exactly the same way. Okay, any questions? Okay, I'm going to guess not. So,
sorry, James, you muted me. That's what it was.
No, I didn't
That's
intend to.
fine.
I didn't mute anyone, I don't think.
Okay, I'm getting muted for some reason. That's nice. Maybe I'm muting myself. Yeah, I was just saying, a few people are getting lost. I think they're trying to follow along instead of listen. I would suggest to those people, like, genuinely practice. Wait till the video comes out. Go back through it. You might not get it all the first time, but we are here for any questions. It sounds kind of bad, but if you sort of say, like, I don't know what's going on, I can't help with that. If you say, I don't know what this thing is, what are functions, or how am I supposed to be doing certain things, now that's something that we could help with a lot easier. So just, try to be specific as possible.
Yeah. So the point of the live sessions when we're doing the demo part is that you listen to the explanation and watch what's happening. If you try to do it as you go along, you're just going to get lost because there's a lot of things get put in, explained, taken out for something else, refined. We start off with a very basic version and then move up to something more complex. It's not for you to necessarily follow all of those stages, but just to understand the explanation. What we're going to do now is I'm going to give you a challenge to do in the next, that's why I went over here in the first place. So the first breakout, which is not numbered correctly, but the first breakout is going to be, you're going to turn this into a currency converter. Okay, so you can pick whatever currency you like, it could be GBP to USD, whatever, but you're going to make a converter. All right, so it shouldn't be too difficult. It's actually easier than doing this one, but you're going to do it and you're going to try it and make sure it works. All right. To make things a bit simpler, this is how we're going to do the sort of live stuff that goes in here. We're going to use Pastebin, so you can get access to code and stuff that goes in. Sign in because then I can name them. Come on. Why do you not know? Okay. All right. Well, I haven't stored it in LastPass, so I'm not going to sign in. I'll just have to remember what I do. So I'm going to paste it into Pastebin. I'm going to put the syntax highlighting on because that's quite nice. Create a paste. So this is the code that people will need. It's, I'm going to write it down, 8JP PRZV capital K9. So if you wanted to copy and paste, you can just go to paste bin and then that. So make a note here, because then I'll paste it into the chat for everyone. JPRZVK9. So right control to get me out of there. Then I can tab back into wherever I want to go. So it was HJPRZV capital K9. There it is. So if you wanted to use that as a starting point or as a reference, you can do. You don't have to. So that's fine. Thank you, Fernando. That beat me to it. I should have looked and see what was going on before I pressed paste. So there you go. You can do that. You can get to that from inside the VM. But again, if you're better off just making a note of the 8JPRZVK9 and doing it inside, because copying and pasting between the host and the VM is manageable. But I manage it about 10% of my VMs manage to do it. The rest absolutely not, and it's just never seemed worth the effort. So if you've got it working, that's fine. If you haven't, just don't even bother. Just paste the stuff in. We're going to have the breakouts now, unless there's any questions that need to be dealt with sort of in the main area. So Manuel says, do we do it in our VMs? Yes or not, it's completely up to you. You can do it in Windows if you've got stuff installed, however you like. But if you've never done this before, remember, use the VM, because it's a standard platform. We know what you're going to be seeing. It will look like what you've seen me do. Have all the right things installed. So just reinforcing that. And people are asking about the how to get the stuff running, and people are replying back. So that's great. Thank you everyone that's replied about chmod. Okay.
People want to know how to use Emacs as well. I keep telling them that it's a advanced text editor and they should just use their own text editor. But you're starting something now, James, as usual, with every year.
So Emacs is what I'm using. You can use built in, just as a recap. I'm still sharing, so I'm just going to drop back over here. Remember, we went through how to install gedit, I think, but also by default. It has, we installed LeafPad. I think Xedit is also there, but it's also got Pluma installed by default, which again is just like Notepad. So if you were doing this and you wanted to use Pluma, you could go to here, you could copy and paste this, or if you click raw, you can get just the file and then Control A, Control C. There we go. I'm going to save this. So I'm going to save this in my home directory, not being organized at the moment, and I'm going to call it tempcon.py. Okay, that's saved. I would then go into terminal, do ls-l, and you can see, if you remember, ls-l shows you all of the flags. Chmod u plus x, like everyone's been saying, onto tempcon.py, and then I can run tempcon. So just ls-l just to show you that that's actually done it. Yeah, it's added the X into that one, and you can see it's green. So now tempcon, and it works. We could also have used nano, so we can do that from the terminal if you like to use the terminal and the keyboard. So nano, and then the name of the file you want to edit. The only thing here is you've got to remember to save is Control O. So let me just make some pointless changes. It works. It's not Control S. It's Control O, so Control O and then press Enter, and then Control X to exit. Okay, the commands are on the bottom. I'll do that again. You can see down here, Control X, so that little hat, and X means Control X. Right is right out. There we go. So the O is for Control O, right out. Pretty much all you're going to want to do in here. You can do some cut and paste and find things, but it's not really a full-featured editor in the same way as others. And so if I run it now, it was also installed. Again, you can edit it there if you want to. I can also run Xedit and the name of the file to open it up straight away. You can see this is definitely not the pretty editor. We're properly getting to the minimal viable product kind of stage here. So quit, save, load is pretty much all you've got. Control S and Control R for search, which is also the same as in Emacs, and not particularly nice rendering of the fonts. But any of those
You
are
should
fine.
really show us Vi for completeness as well, James.
You want to watch me get stuck in Vi? Wow.
There is like a
So-
bit of a Vi master race that turns up every year as well.
Oh, now I've forgotten how to do it again. I've forgotten how to get into editing. How was it? Oh shit! I mean,
there's
I look at it again. Right, so Q.
That's
There we
it.
go. I didn't save. So yeah, if that looks like fun to you, then by all means use Vi. But I don't understand that at all. I try and remember how to do basic things and then I forget instantly. So okay, so that was the tour of editors. We do joke about it, and I did say that someone had filed the module for suggesting it last week. I hopefully that was clear. That was just a joke. We will let them resit, obviously. Okay. So Nav says, can we use classes and use inheritance? That would have used less code. No, we would have used a lot more code in this case. So inheritance and those things are great. And for larger scale things, they're very useful. We're not really going to do a hell of a lot of it in this module because it's not about sort of the more large scale software development. But you will see these things in the material, so you'll be able to look at them in the classes and objects when we get close towards the end. You will see examples of them, in various places. They're good when you have need of them. Okay, and the time you have need of them is when you've got almost like a hierarchy of functionality. So, for example, if we had a whole class of converting functions that did conversions from one thing to the other, but kept maybe the units with them or something like that, or the sequence of operations, maybe you then want to use a class to store the stuff in there, and then maybe you think, well, actually, maybe we could subclass that to get more specific functionality without changing the master, and then maybe it would actually do that. But in the short term, no, it would have been a lot of code just to get the same functionality. So Fernando asked about keyboard format. Do you mean changing the keyboard layout? Have you got
somebody did paste the terminal command for changing that lower down actually, so
thanks,
you
Stanley.
don't have to worry about that too much. And
also well done for using GB, because if anyone else, I'm sure plenty of people have
I've done
Ukrainian.
BG before, which is Bulgarian Cyrillic.
I ended up in Ukrainian keyboard layouts more than once. So yeah, GB for Great Britain, not UK. That's for Ukraine, not BG because that's Bulgarian. So yeah, just be careful.
Yeah, we've got a couple more questions as well. Can you show us how to open a Python file in the VM? And there's another one here as well. Is it okay if we just listen to this demo? Absolutely. You don't have to do anything right now. You can watch the video back and do it.
Yeah.
Some people are doing it, but I mean, if you're not comfortable, different people learn in different ways. It's super important that you find the way that's right for you. So
the default, I would say, is when we're doing the demo, just listen and understand, and then we'll always be saying, now go and do, right? That's the way that we want this to work. Now go and try it. But if you think, oh, that's actually really easy, I can type that in as we go along, then by all means do it. But don't worry if you don't keep up, because a lot of this is not how I would expect you to actually go about it. I'm doing things and then going, but look, that takes more code. So maybe if I edit it and do it like this, you don't really go through all those steps. It's more trying to show you the process and how to think about it, rather than just say, oh, if you want to write a temperature converter, it's this, because memorizing that isn't really helping you at all. Unless your job, when you leave university, is to write that temperature conversion function many times, you don't need to remember that at all. You just need to think, well, how do I solve the problem? Someone else says, James, where you went to the layout thing is in a command prompt. Okay, so that setx keyboard map thing, put it into the command prompt.
Yep.
That all says it's all new for you. Don't worry, it is for a lot of people. It's why we're sort of going through and giving you lots of demos and trying stuff out. If you've never done programming before and you've never used Linux before, and maybe you've never done this particular language, maybe if you've done some other programming, it can seem like a lot, but you will get into it quite quickly. So Linux as an environment, I think for most people starts to become quite natural after a while. I think there was something else. Okay, so George says how to open a Python file in the VM. Yeah, I'll show you. This is going to be my last demo, I think, before we switch over to you. So let's say I'm here, just started in the VM, nothing running. I can fire up a terminal. You can do that by clicking up here or using Control Alt and T, like I've shown you last week. If it's an existing file, so let's say we're going to go for that tempcon.py, then we can decide which editor we're going to use. Let's say we're going to use the default one, so that's going to be Pluma. We go to Accessories and Pluma, File, Open, and then you can see tempcon.py is there. So I'm already in my home directory, which is where it is. So I'm just going to go and click on it. It says already open another Pluma. You won't normally see that. It's because I left one open over here when I was demoing before. Let's close that one off. There we go. Then if I make any changes, I save it. So usual shortcuts, Control S to save. I could leave that open if I wanted to, but I'm closing it because I finished. And then that file will be there and edited. So if you look along here, you can see when these things were done. So what was that? 1307. If I do, I'm going to run it from here this time rather than use the mouse. Save it. That's -L, and you can now see the edit time is 13:15. Okay, that's it. Okay.
I think we're good. I think we can do some breakout sessions.
Okay, so we're going to go into the breakout sessions. Use the same ones as last time. So whatever you were in last time, going into this time.
People are sharing some interesting sites.
That Twilo quest one, I looked at that. It does look interesting, but like about a week after we saw it, there was a security problem.
Oh, was there? Okay, yeah. I take that away.
No,
I haven't had the chance to play with it. I haven't had a chance to play with it yet because you lot have been working me too hard. But it looks really, really good. So at some point when I get time to myself, like Christmas, I will be going through it. So
there's also another one called Thinkster, which is a Python ELO rating site. So you can get a gamified ELO rating for Python challenges, which is interesting. Here you go.
It's not that one, is it?
Just in case you guys want to test to see how badass you are and compete.
Cool. Again, if I get time, I'll
jump on there.
Yeah, here you go. So, well, this is off topic anyway. Sorry, I'm getting carried away with the. Hello.
Fucking block it. Take that Coca-Cola.
Okay. I'm just going to mute that.
Not entirely sure what that was.
No.
So we're going to go into the breakout rooms. Okay, Dylan, can you send a screenshot of what you're seeing when you say you can't use Python commands? Send a screenshot of what it is. Easiest way to do that while you're in here is if you use right control. I'm assuming you're on Windows 10, but use right control to get out of the VM, and without then tabbing to anywhere else, so it's still on screen. If you use Shift, Windows, and S, you can get Windows to take a screenshot of what it can see, and you can literally paste that in. So I'll show you what I mean. I'm here. So at the moment, if I try and do that shortcut key, it takes it inside the virtual machine. If I press the right control key first and then do it, Windows is now able to capture the screen. I can drag around what I want. It says it's saved. It's also in the clipboard. So again, right control, get out of there, get back into here, and then control V, and you should see that screenshot gets pasted into the chat. So if you can do that, it'll give us an easy way to debug what's going on. Right. Your task now, though, for everyone else, well, and you, Dylan, but this is like alongside debugging that problem, is to go into your breakout rooms. Remember that they are part of the team. So you've got breakout room 1, 2, and 3. You should remember which one you are from last time. If you're not sure, go through the thing again. Take your first name. Go 1, 2, 3. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That'll tell you which one you're in. Go into there. We'll be in there as well. I think last time did I take 1?
Yeah, you took 1 last time.
Yeah, so I'll go into 1 again. Have you? So, Asim, where are you pasting from and to? Tell you what, let's jump into the breakout rooms, and we can answer those things there, because then we've got slightly smaller groups, and we can sort of deal with people. But also you can see my screen now, so I'm just going to show you what it looks like from my point of view, and I think it's not too dissimilar what you can see. So if I go teams, and then you can see I'm in lots of teams, but this one we've got troop 1, troop 2, troop 3. You click the one that you're in. So I'm going to go into troop 1 where people have already joined. I'm going to go and join them now, which will then pause this one. So I'll tell you about it. Yes, it's the troops. So they're our breakout rooms. So we've got groups, which is what we're going to put you in later. Teams is the thing that we're using to do this. So I had to think of a different word to try not to be confusing. Okay, so that's the only reason we call them troops. Yeah, and we're coming back in, what to say, 20 minutes. So at the moment I make it, let's see, what do I make it? I make it 20 past, so we'll come back at 22. Okay, so we're all back here at 22.
Just another little side note: if you guys end up in the wrong troop, it's not the end of the world. Just get to a troop, whatever you think is the right troop for you. All right.
Hello, James. Could you please DM troop 2 to me personally, because last time I couldn't join.
No problem. No problem. I'll send it to you now.
Thank you.
Was that Valerian?
Yeah.
Which troop do you want, Dan?
I don't mind, mate. I'll go wherever you want. That was my question.
I was going to say, I think I was in troop 3 last time, so I'll go to troop 3 again if you like.
I'll take number 2.
Sounds like a plan.
This is much easier than my previous class where I had 21 groups.
Oh,
21
really?
groups,
Jeez.
man, and it's just me. I'm going to be level.
Groups?
I'm going to be level 20 in multitasking by the end of the week. I'll tell you.
Yeah, you are. Right, I'll see you guys in 20.
Okay. That link, Valerian, that's the link to group chat.
I don't have access to Teams chat for some reason. I can't use the chat, so it would be nice if you can DM that to me.
It's right. Let's have a look. Okay.
I don't have access either.
Is it doing some sort of thing in the chat window where it says like no cookie or something like that? I can't remember the words now, because I had a student with this earlier on.
They're all in different stages of registration somehow, like they've just not been fast enough with it. So normally everyone would be registered on everything by now, but some people seem to they get access to Aula and they get access to this, but then all of a sudden their Microsoft account isn't quite up and running. So it's here in it's Coventry University Active Directory, yes. Actual Microsoft Office 365, no, and I don't understand why. Someone else wanted that link as well, though. Tell me who you are.
Connor Murphy.
I got you. So
thank you.
If I don't see when you speak and you flash, then I don't get to see.
Thank you.
Don't get to see it, but I've seen you now. There you go.
Could you send it to me as well, please?
Yeah. Right. Hold on. Can you speak again?
Yeah. It's Rami Samaguta.
Gotcha. I have to look for the lights. Come on, do it. There we go.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay, right. I will. I'll see you all at 22.
No, it doesn't look like it. So, oh, so there we go. We're back. Happy days. Right, VS. Am I still sharing? No, I'm not sharing my screen. That's cool. Why am I typing when I can talk? Usman, I don't have a copy of the distro myself, but Python should be installed in it by default, mate.
Yeah, so if you've got the virtual machine and you've got the VirtualBox installed, so remember that's two things, and you can get to them both from that main page that I showed you or through Aula. You need to download VirtualBox itself and the OVA file, which you then open in VirtualBox. And if you've got those two bits, then you'll be in Linux, and it'll look like, if you look at the screenshot in the chat that's just been posted by Dylan, you'll get something that looks a bit like this.
What distro are we using, James?
It's LXLE, which is just a stripped down Ubuntu.
Okay,
LTS.
cool. If I'm talking to people and telling them to do something, it just helps me to remember what I know where I am. Cool.
Yeah, it's I quite like it because it just seems to have everything you need and not one thing too many.
Yeah.
And then I can just install the bits and bits stuff I want for these people. Get Docker set up so it doesn't need root privileges and things like that, and then they're all ready to go.
Then we're done. That's what I've done with 6005. They've got Kali with Docker. That was the devil's own job to set up in the lab, though, because the uni again has made some interesting decisions. But yeah, and now everything's Docker. It's the way to do it, man.
I don't know.
Right, I'm going to just.
I was going to say you might want to mute.
Oh, you're back. I was just going to come and see if your group was done. I couldn't see.
Yeah, I'd forgotten to look at my troop chat, so they were sending me stuff, and I was like, whoops, I haven't answered any of these questions, so I panicked and it took a bit too long. We're back.
Excellent, Stefan. Yeah, I mean, if you want to install sort of bleeding edge stuff and things like that, and you end up adding more, it can be a bit of an issue. But honestly, this is like the 1804 it's based on, so it's based on the LTS release, not bleeding edge anything. It's just meant to be as stable as possible. Right, I'm going to just get a glass of water, and then we'll move on to the next bit.
Sounds good.
There we
Dylan,
go.
sorry, were you saying something, Dan?
No, crack on, mate.
All right, Dylan, the blue lock that's on the VM box, you just have to type in the password swordfish.
So, James,
Josh,
today I learned about screenshotting for Teams, so I'll give you my tip. If in the chat you type @team, that will send it to everybody, including the channels. So when it comes to bringing people back, you can just ping people and let them know. So @team is a message for everybody, and it gets a special notification because you're mentioning someone. So there we go.
I'm trying it now.
It does. No. Oh, yeah. But the gotcha, because Microsoft's lovely and consistent, it doesn't work in the chat by the side of the meeting. But if you do it in the chat. Yeah, I know, man. Right?
So if I do it in the chat, this chat, but in the main window.
That's it, right? Because Microsoft's wonderfully consistent. But
okay, so at team.
It should come.
Some of the guys are asking if we're going to go over how to do a currency converter.
Yeah, you're going to see my answer now, because that's where we'll start from with the next bit. Okay, right. I'm going to jump into it because I don't want to end up sort of running out of time. So I'm going to go back to sharing the screen. Everyone see that?
Yep.
Excellent. Okay, so my currency converter looked like this. I'm gonna. So this is what I came up with. This was my currency converter. I made up the rate, but convert GBP to USD. It takes a value. It has a thing that's the rate, which is nice and easy then for me to edit. So rate times value is the answer, and then converting that value to USB, and the answer is, and does it stuff?
It's sharing only the Teams window rather than your VM.
Awesome. Let's try that again. Hold on. Let me just sort that as well.
It's all right, guys in chat. Like James just shared the Teams chat instead of the Emacs window. It's fine.
There we go. This is the new normal. Posty turns up in the middle of a lecture.
So the chat was saying you've been swatted.
Yeah, is that the new normal version of pulling the fire alarm? That's not good, is it?
No.
Okay. Makes the edit, Glenn. If you think I'm going to go through and edit all this stuff out, it's they're all making the edit. I might put the boilerplate stuff on the front, and I did edit out. I forgot who it was now, but the person that got so hungry that to ask if they could just go and get some lunch at the start of the last one, I edited that out, and I thought I did a pretty good job of covering that up in there. But yeah, my dog, surprised she hasn't managed to get herself in view yet. She usually tries to climb up and say hello. Right, let me try sharing my screen properly again. Desktop. Okay, now you're looking at my Amazon window. So, note to self: check what I've got open in tabs before doing this next time. Not that was an issue, but yeah.
It happens to me all the time. I end up sharing like all of my nerdy D&D stuff, and it's just like, just out and proud.
Okay, so yeah, well, it could. So Jack, yeah, it could be worse. The problem I always have is the thing that pops up a lot is Outlook, and every so often, like someone will not think about what they're putting. Like if they send someone an email and it's about a person, it's confidential. It's best not to put the name in the subject, because then it pops up on screen. It could be in lectures, could be just seen over someone's shoulder. Anyway, right, let's get on with this. So hopefully, can you see my VM now?
We're with you now. Yeah.
So this is what I came up with, and it works fine. So I'll just show it running just to prove that it does. I called it currency. So chmod u+x currency, and I should also put my correct shebang in there. Here we go. So converts 11 GBP to USD. You can put better characters in, for the things. It'll cope with UTF-8 and that kind of stuff. I haven't really bothered. So there it is. So the next thing we want to do is we want to be able to document the stuff that's here. And the simple way to do this, so there are multiple types of documentation. And these are discussed in the notes for this. So if you look at the Python Quick Start Guide, there's a bunch of stuff in there. But essentially, you split it into two key types of documentation. One of them is the very fine-grained documentation that talks about why the code is as it is, right? So there are things that you might do and go, well, you know, current exchange rate, you know, it's not really a lot to explain in here. And off we go. So we can put these comments in, and those are only there for anyone that's viewing the source code. So it's for us when we look at it again. It's also for anyone that might have to maintain our code or wants to contribute to the code and things like that. So that's one form of documentation. But another form of documentation is one that is, again, could be for us, but is also for people that might use our code even without looking into it. Okay, now this happens more than you think, but also quite often we want to just document it for the other people in our team. So let's say, for example, you happen to be working on a privilege escalation and remote exploits tool, which you will do by the end of this module. You're going to work in teams and you need to write your own code. You're not going to be assessed on anyone else's work, but you need to use other people's work and they need to be able to use yours. Right, so there you want documentation that's about what this function is going to do if you call it, what you should expect from it. And what we do with those is we put them in something called doc strings. So we would do a string at the start. Now you can do it like this, put some doc string in. We tend to use triple quotes, and we haven't seen these yet, but triple quotes are a valid way in Python to write a string. And what it means is that we can have a string that has multiple lines. Okay, so I'm going to take that out and just give you an example of this. So if I say data equals 1, 2, 3, like this, and I run it, I get all of the formatting. So what it's doing is it's allowing me to go off the end of the line. Yeah, I can have it's called a multi-line string. I can have multiple lines in it. I can even have quotes in it.
You've got them all singing it now.
And I can mix quotes. Doesn't matter. The only thing I can't do is include another triple quote. So that's what they are. So you could write your comments in single quoted strings, but quite often we want to put these doc strings in multiple lines. So you normally have one line at the start, which is the basic thing. So we might do converts GBP to USD, fairly obvious. And then we can go down onto other lines. And what we would do is we would say arguments, and we put in whatever the arguments for this are. Arguments being what values we put into this parameter list. Okay, so we're going to put in value, and it is the amount of GBP to be converted, and then returns, and we put in what kind of thing it returns. So it's going to be a number. Like this. Okay, so that would be a sort of doc string. And you look here, it's what, 2 lines of code, and we've ended up with 5 lines of documentation. That's not usually the case, but even if it is, it stops someone having to look in and work out what those things do, because we can give them a nice standard description of how this stuff works. So how do we view this? Obviously, you can look at the code, but that's not the point. The point of having this kind of documentation is that it can be read like a document without looking at the code. Okay, so how do we generate it? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to use a tool called PyDoc. No, we're using PDoc. What did I say we're going to use? I've forgotten. PDoc.
PDoc, yeah.
Okay, so oh yeah, that's why, because we're doing virtual environments as well. Okay, so we can use pip. So we can install pip and we can use it, and there's notes on this and what it is. So just to quickly recap, if you haven't already looked through, pip is the package manager for Python. It allows you to install Python modules for things that you might need. Right, there are thousands of these things, so you don't want them all installed, but sometimes you want a particular one. We can install this stuff at the OS level. So pip3 is almost certainly installed on the VM that you're using because it's the same as this one, or was the same as this one. And we can use it like this. We can do pip3 search. If we look for stuff, and then you can see it's got p.3, so we can install it with pip3 install. But quite often when we run multiple projects, we have lots of different things that we need, and they're only needed for that project. Sometimes we have very specific requirements. We need a particular set of things, but we don't want that to be installed on the main system because they need a different set of things which might be incompatible through version numbers or just implementing the same kind of features that mess stuff up, right? So what we do is we make a little virtual environment. If you remember, we used which before. If I type which Python, it tells me that it's running user bin Python. If I did which pip3, it tells me it's running user bin pip3. And that means that this is using the system-wide installation of these things. Just to take you back to here, just to show you, if you go to the quick start, which you can get a link from here, development environment, pip explains how pip works. So really basic stuff. Virtual environments explains how the virtual environment, which is what we're about to do. Files and execution is the stuff that we did last week and you've been seeing again this week. So just pointing out that those things are all there in case you haven't spotted them. So we're going to make a virtual environment and we're going to do it for this particular little project. Okay, and then we're going to install into that virtual environment the things that we need, like p.3. So over here in the virtual environments, you'll see there's an explanation of how these things work. So Python 3 -m venv. Okay. Python. In this case, we can just do Python because it is Python 3, but just to make sure we're doing the right one, Python 3 -m venv. That means we're going to use the module called venv, which is there and installed already, and we're going to make a virtual environment and we're going to give it the name of the place we put it. Now, I have a slightly bad habit of I call all of my virtual environments venv. Okay, it doesn't really hurt, except sometimes it would be nice to have them call something different, particularly in Z shell when it shows you on the command line which one you're in. So I'm going to try to be a little bit more descriptive with them. So I'm not going to call this one venv. I'm going to call this one venv. What happens? Well, looks like nothing, but there's a general rule in Unix-like environments like Linux that if there's no output, things succeeded. Okay, so unless there needs to be output, no output means a success. You should be able to see now there is a new directory called curvenv. And if I look inside it, a bunch of stuff. Okay, what's in there is a Python interpreter and all the modules that would be there by default. So things that you might need, the base install of Python. I want to use that, right? So at the moment, remember, Python is using the system-wide Python, user bin Python. I want to activate this virtual environment, which means inside this terminal, this shell, okay, let's do that again. That's interesting. I will now be using a different Python interpreter, and when I install things, they'll be installed inside that virtual environment. So to activate it, I use I can either type source and then where I want to get the stuff from. So it's always going to be the name of the virtual environment. So curvenv bin activate, or I can just put dot, okay, which means the same thing. So dot space and then the path, which is / meaning here, curvenv /bin /activate, always the same. Okay, and you can see because I'm in Z shell, it actually shows me on screen that I'm currently inside that virtual environment. You look at the command prompt previously, didn't include it. Look at it here, it now is included. And this is good because if I have two terminals open and they're in different virtual environments, it will tell me which one I'm in. And that's why it's actually a good idea to name them something sensible rather than just do what I normally do and call them all venv, and then I know which one you're in. So if ever you're not sure, you can always do which Python and it will tell you, right? So remember, which Python before was user bin Python, now is home student week 2 curvenv bin Python. So we have our own Python. Which pip Well, now that's going to run from inside there. Same as pip3, but it's going to be the same thing now. And that's why before, when we didn't have pip, there was no pip installed for Python 2.7, and there was only pip3. There's no alias to pip in the main system, but there is inside here. So we're inside a virtual environment. Okay, so pip search p.3. Yep, that's there. So pip install p.3. Now this will actually download the files that we need and install them. Don't worry about it building the wheel. It's really not important. It's not a failure. It's just failed a step that it likes to do, and it's not at all an issue. So we could fix it, but it's just installing packages that we have to explain for no reason. Okay, so what's happened? Inside curvenv. No, curvenv. There we go, that's the one. And inside lib, and inside Python, and inside site packages, you can see a bunch of stuff that was installed by default, but also now you can see p.3. Okay, so as we install, this is where that will go to. And also, if I look, well, where is p.3? It's inside there. Okay, so that now will run. If I'd installed it with pip without doing the virtual env, it would have been installed on the main system, which could be what you want. I mean, that's not a problem as well. But yeah, we're going to try and use virtual environments for a lot of this because you'll have different requirements for different projects. Okay, right. So let's try using p.3. So p.3 on currency.py now shows us the documentation for that. There's only one function in there, but here's the documentation. Okay, so there's functions. As we get more stuff that's in there, this can get more complicated, but it can show us that documentation. It will do more than that, though. Okay, so do p.3 -- help will give you some more of the options, so you can see it does a lot of stuff. This is the one that I'm going to show you now, although actually the PDF one's quite good as well. -HTML means that it will output this as a HTML document. p.3 -HTML currency.py, and now there's a HTML folder, sorry, directory, and inside there is a currency.html file. If I load that in Firefox, you can do in a few ways, but I'm just going to open up a new tab, go to file : / and then I can type in the path to where something is. So it's going to be /home / student, and to be honest, that's enough, and you can then just browse from there if you want to. Normally I type it all in, but I think it's probably a good idea to show you an easier pointy clicky way to do it if you're not used to remembering all the path names. So I'm doing stuff now in what did I call it? Week 1, week 2. I forget which week we're on. And HTML. And there it is. And you get this nice view of what's there. If there's more than one function, more than one class and things that need to be documented, then you click and it will take you directly to it so you can see where things are, highlights the stuff. And there it is. If you want to, you can even see the source code that goes with the stuff that you're doing. So here you can see the source code for the whole module. Here you can see the source code for the function. And so this is a much nicer way for you to look at how something's expected to work, review the code and do stuff. You're going to be doing this for your projects all the way through, because it's one of the most useful things about Python is the way you can make this nice sort of self-documenting code and have systems that work with it. If you're using other languages, not for this module, but in other places, there are equivalents for almost everything. There are even sort of fairly standardized things. So if you wanted to do something in in other languages and stick to something standard, you can do that too. There are plenty of people who have preferences for different kinds of documentation, things like Doxygen and stuff like that. Okay, so that's our p.3 and how we use that. Does anyone have any immediate questions on this before I go on to making some tests?
One of the questions that's come up a couple of times is they understand what you're doing, but they're not sure why VMs are so important.
Okay, it's one of those things that will become much more obvious as time goes on, because you'll start to install multiple bits of software. So we'll get on to, say, transcoder in a minute, but if I just show you that now, so transcoder, what I've got in here is a list of requirements. So P.3, PyTest, coloured, which is for doing coloured output, and wheel. And then I can use pip install -r and then a list to install all of those requirements. Now, when that gets bigger and bigger, you don't necessarily want to keep saying to people that run your code, oh, by the way, you also need on your system to install this, 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 and this, because that might not work for them. Okay, that might conflict with other things that they need. They might not be able to use the latest version of something which you need because they've got older dependencies and so on. So what with the VM, you can say that's fine. You can just put all this in one place, and when you run that program, it'll use the stuff from inside there. So it's a neat way to keep that stuff packaged up. It also means that your development environment can be, you know, portable and move from place to place without actually having to affect the wider system. So you'll notice with things like transcode, when we get to that, you download it and then you can install and make everything without actually having to be root. You can install it just inside a user area and build the stuff on there. And if you want to delete it, you can do. You're not going to delete stuff that other people require because it's all inside your own area.
I'm going to add another slightly less obvious advantage of it, but this has bitten me before. It makes it really easy for your testing. Because if you're using the global, so if you have things installed as part of your system, then I've done this many times before. You do import X, you forget about it, and then when you give your software to someone else, they're missing that library, so they're not able to do it. So a virtual env is a really nice way of making sure you've got all your dependencies in place and you can test that everything works, you know, out of a box. Because I've been on site with things, I've been on site without internet installing software, and been missing a dependency, and there were quite a few choice words said when I realised that I was missing that particular piece of software because I thought I had everything on a USB stick. So
yes, that's a good point. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to make some tests. Okay, so I've got this sort of example here that I used on the multiplier. So I'm going to switch over to that one. So you can see I've already got some documentation built in for this one. So it's very similar to the last stuff we did. Because I just realised I want you to do the currency converter, not me. So I'm moving over to this one. And what I've done is I've just made a function called test multiplier. And that has what we call an assertion, which says this thing must be true. Okay, so multiplier 3 equals 10 must be true. Now you might be thinking, hold on, that's not right, but just bear with me. We'll get there in a minute. All right, so that is the test. So it's a function. It starts with test underscore multiplier. It has an assertion in it. And that assertion is just something that must be equal to something else. Okay, now double equals is important. If you use single equals in Python, it thinks you're trying to assign something. So if I said, yeah, a equals 12, I'm saying I want a to be equal to 12. A double equals 12 is testing to see if they are equal. Okay, right. So let's try that out. For this, we want PyTest, okay? And again, it's not installed because we're going to install it inside the virtual environment. So pip search PyTest. Okay, you see actually a load of stuff for this. It's a really good testing framework. So PyTest is what we need. There's a ton of stuff, so you can see HTTP server. So if you need to run stuff that over HTTP, you can still write tests for it. You can write tests that use all kinds of like really fancy stuff. We don't need any of that for the moment. Okay, all we need is the basics. So pip install PyTest. Again, goes through, installs. Pull that back into view. Now when I do which pi.test. Hold on. So tab so it's, again, I'm doing things without explain. Rehash. If you're using Z shell, actually I might have explained this last week. You install new programs. The tab completion doesn't necessarily update straight away. If you know you've just done something, it's not tab completing, then typing rehash will renew all of the completions. So pi.test is what we expect to have, and we can tell that's coming from inside the view. Now I'm going to run it. So pi.test and the thing we want to test, which in this case is funcdemo2. And you can see it runs the test and it fails because, well, it's going to, because 9 is not the answer to this. So sorry, 10 is not the answer to this. So change it to what it should be and run it, and it says 1 test passed. Now we can have many of these tests. So here I'll give you an example of just one, but we can also do things like, well, you know, what happens, what about if we've got negative numbers? All right, so -3 should be equal to that. We can also have multiple assertions inside each one. So -3 times -3 should be equal to 9. Yeah. So test, and it says it's passed 2 tests. So that's this one and this one. And this one has 2 assertions in it, but they are still 1 test. And I think -b is probably the other thing that you want, where it will show you in more detail what it's done. So you can see test multiplier, test negs, passed. Okay, you get a percentage. Let's just put in there one of these things that's going to fail. Okay. You can see, let me clear the screen. You can see as it goes down, you get to here, and then you can see the fail, you can see the detail. If you take that bit off, you only see where it fails. So it tells you that it's passed 1 and failed 1. So the -v, just short for verbose, and it gives you the extended information. Okay, so that's how we run these tests. Later on, you'll see how these can be put into separate files. So you'll see that's part of transcoder, but it works in the same way. Okay, so you don't have to have them polluting your code, just being tidy. It's good to have them in a separate place. So, you know, your code, you know, is just what you need to get stuff done. It has its nice documentation, and your tests you put somewhere else. Okay, so you can work on those separately, and they're not in the way when you're trying to debug things and work out what's going on. But for small stuff like this, in the same place is fine. Just again, going through here, you've got the stuff about installing various things, so remember that, and the test stuff is the 2 things that you need. And I think yeah, so you've got pip search, pip install for doing that. And so what I'm going to do, actually I'll do that now, is I'm going to put this onto pastebin, same as before. Oh, top result. So put that in there, and then I'm going to put at the bottom, just for reference, p.3. We run it like this: p.3 --html xyz.py, and high test, which you run like this, -v if you want to or not, it's up to you, xyz.py. So xyz is whatever, yeah, whatever your current Python is. This bit on the left is the name of the thing, so that's what you'd look for, that's in pip. This bit on the right is an example of how you might use it. Okay, so Python and we'll call it okay. So that is 6KS capital EZPU capital V. Into here. That's 6KS capital EZPV. Here it is. There we go. Okay. Any questions? Adam, have we got anything stacking up?
No, nothing. Everybody seems to be following along fine.
Awesome. So this one, there's some fiddly bits, because you got to remember, how you call the functions and stuff, from outside. Sorry, how to call the tools like p.3 and pi.test. But they're given to you in that paste bin. Use that as a starting point. Okay, so James, it's going to become more obvious in a minute when you do the next breakout. So in the next breakout, which you're going to move on to right now, you're going to go back to your currency converter and you're going to add some tests, okay, and some documentation. And you're going to make sure that you can view the documentation in a browser or make a PDF. That's also quite fun. Actually, I'll show you that one. Okay, so James, if you don't have a currency converter, you're also going to make a currency converter, right? And you're going to do that by taking the stuff that's here and converting it, right? So my currency converter, if you remember, it was just taking one value and it returns that multiplied by a rate. Okay, so you can just take that extra one off and replace that with a rate you want to multiply by, give it a decent name, and go from there. The rest of it is just how you want to do it. So on the currency converter, maybe we can tell you what. Let's see if we can do a poll. I can't remember the thing I was using previously. Yeah, this would be the one.
You must agree to the terms of service.
Yes.
You must sign your life away.
Okay, so if you didn't get it all right, but it works, that's fine. It doesn't have to be the same as mine. If it didn't work, I'd put a no. And if it turns out that enough people have a no, I'll quickly go over it a little bit and give you some hints and maybe give you a bit of an extra pointer. Now, so if yours was a bit extra, that's fine.
Yeah,
Nathan,
Nav, we'll pick it up in the session, in the group session, mate.
if you want to show your screen, there needs to be a really good reason for it. I'm going to click deny for now. Generally, that's the kind of thing you get consent for first.
So there's a couple of other questions. Purpose of the tests. People are unsure what the purpose is of testing.
Right. Yes, that's what I see. I assume that was obvious. It's so that you know that your code does what you expect. Okay, so you automate those tests. You've seen me writing those tests in a sense because you've seen me go, well, let's try it with this, let's try it with that, and I make sure I get the right answer. Now, you might think, well, in that case, why don't I just do that? And actually, a lot of your testing is exactly those kinds of things. That is a valid and almost essential step, is to test it by just running it and making sure it does what you want. However, you also quite often keep going back to the same piece of code and you're editing things around it. You edit the things that it relies on or that rely on it. And so it's really useful to be able to say, this is the set of things that should always be true. Okay, this should always happen. And then as you make changes, you can rerun those tests. So we call them unit tests because we're testing little chunks. And when we keep running them, then we can call that regression testing because we can keep going through and trying it. There are much more complex, testing strategies that we can use, but for the kinds of things that we're doing, this is sort of hitting the kind of level that we need. Larger scale development will have much larger, testing frameworks to go with it. Zachary, the reason you don't just run it is for exactly that. You can keep running it, but you then have to keep trying out every function every time you make changes. So these ones are simple, but let's say your currency converter function is then used in a GUI, which is then used in an application that's in a kiosk, right? You make a change, you need to know that everything along the way still works. So will the functions that rely on this still work if you make a change to the internals of that to make it more efficient, or when the rate changes or whatever else? And so by having these automated tests, you go, right, PyTest that runs through and goes, yeah, all those tests still work. All those things still do the same thing. It's very easy to make a small change, which breaks something later on. Even if it's okay for what you're using it for now, it might break something later. So having that suite of tests is really useful. Someone asked if you should remove the assertions afterwards. No, you can leave them there. They can stay part of it. If you're distributing code, maybe you want to take them out. But these days, I kind of like having something that comes along with, this is how you build this. This is how you test it. This is how you install it. And it means that people can run those tests themselves when they get it onto their system. Right, so I'll send the link to the poll again now.
I've just linked the poll, so it's all right. I've got you. I don't know about the paste bins though. They're a bit too far up to scroll. Hang on, I've got the last one. You got it? Yeah. Okay, I'll let you do it. I've already stolen one from you.
So Pedro, no, you don't have to send the code. So until the assessment happens, you don't have to actually give us all of your code. It's more about, have you done it for yourself, and show us what you're doing if you need any help. So if you say you've done it, then we believe you. There's not really any reason for us to doubt that. If it works, it works, and you'll know because you'll get the expected output. I suppose if you say you've done it and you haven't, we wouldn't know. But then again, no one's going to care except you when you can't do the stuff later, sort of thing. Not that I know that's not what you're asking, but just trying to give you the philosophy that goes with this. Okay, let's see what we're getting on this. So a few results. So pretty much 2/3 yes, 1/3 no. I'll tell you what I'll do then. I'm going to put into another paste bin the sort of, I call it a model answer, but it's not really that. It's just a bit of notes to make sure I don't forget what it was I was intending to do.
Watch everybody frantically writing down that URL, James.
you could, well, by all means. I mean, it's the answers that are in there at the moment aren't the answers for the coursework. Although later it probably will have answers for the coursework to help homogenise stuff. But it's also not a public repository like the other ones. So.
I realised I shared my Owler session cookie in one of the demos yesterday, which was quite good fun. So
did anyone make use of it?
They didn't, because I spent about 5 minutes and said, oh, then we could do something like Session Jack, and you can see these session cookies. I'm like, right, I'm logging out now. So
nice work. Sounds like something I would do.
Right. So anyone that hasn't yet got it working, there's a working one you can base the next stage on. Okay, so what we can do is we can have another breakout session. The length of this one is dependent on where we are in the schedule. And see, I already need to go back to my schedule because I've forgotten. But it's also in here, so that's okay. Week 2. You see, we use we use this stuff so that we can communicate with each other and keep files. You know, it's not just for programming. That's clearly a typo. Right, so currency converter documentation. So demo now over to you. So we're going to have another 20 minutes. Then it's transcoder, and I think we're doing all right. Actually, we're a little bit behind, but I did leave us some buffer this time. That doesn't add up to 3 hours. So I think if you take let's say 15 minutes just to keep the pace going along, because we want to be looking at the transcoder demo before 3. James just asked if you can post in the chat. You can post in the chat; it's not required. So if you want to drop into your troop rooms, we'll support you with doing the documentation there. I'll drop into one, and if we're back by, it's the only trouble, I can't see my system clock. There we go, 27. So if we say 15 minutes, let's say it's 25. So that's going to be 22.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
We're back here for 22, and then I'll be doing the transcoder demo, which is going to be your project work for the rest of the week. Okay, I'll see you in here again shortly.
Yay! People are back.
Hello. Right. So I'm slightly behind answering a bunch of questions. So I'm going to run straight into the next part because I want to get this demo in. I hoped we'd have time for you to also have a play with it yourself and try the stuff out, but don't worry, you've got plenty of time for next week. So I'm going to show you how to start work on the transcoder. Okay. Share. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I've just turned my camera off. Share screen. Everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Brilliant. And now hopefully everyone can see this.
Yep.
Okay, so what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to go to github.coventry.ac.uk and you want to go to the main page that we're using for all these things. This is where you get the links to stuff. There's some documentation again in the quick start on how Git works. Okay, so version control. There's an explanation of various things you can do with Git and how you would do it. So there's a reference there for you on how to fork and how to do stuff. So whatever's here in the video, you can follow through. But you can also go from there. We're looking at our first project, which is Transcoder. The projects will always have this sort of format. So this is a 1 week project. So between now and next week. You've got the topics with direct links into the material that we want you to have a look at. So if you need to look at, for example, how values and types work, you can click, it takes you straight in, or you go to a new window. There is an explanation of how things work. Okay, so what we're doing is we're actually writing something to convert stuff across, but I'll explain that a bit in a minute. And it will also give you a link to the repository. Okay. Now, explanation of what we're doing first. In cybersecurity or any kind of low-level stuff, it's really useful sometimes to be able to translate things from one form to another. Okay, so let's say, for example, we've got ttt.py, which is the thing that we were messing with earlier, and I can view it like this. But I might want to check because maybe, are they all spaces? Maybe they're not. Maybe some of them are tabs, or maybe I want to find out, what the hex values are, or maybe it's not something that I can look at. It's not a text file, it's a binary. So I can use things like hex dump, the hex. You do hex dump -c for the, capital C for the canonical version. You might recognize this. And what we're seeing is each of these characters, so this is the file, so def multiplier, that was the first line, if you remember. That D is this character here, right? So 64, 65, 66, 20, so on. That space is 20, okay? So D, E, F, space, and then we've got multiplier, bracket, then we've got the letter A, which is 61 here. And you should be able to tell, for example, this first letter is D, and then we've got an E. So 64, 65, yeah, goes up by 1, makes sense. And then F is also the next one up, D, E, F. So you can see those three numbers in order. And we should be able to say, well, 65 is E. We should also see that somewhere towards the end. There it is. Okay, so you can see, so it'll be I, E, R, open bracket, and there's the A, 61. Okay, and that views it in that format. There are plenty of times we want to do it in others. So there's another tool that's quite useful that I've linked to in here, transcoder, which is XXD. Okay, so XXD will show you stuff in different formats as well. So here you've got another hex display. XXD is quite good because you can use it to show you in binary. So there you go. That's the binary for these things. Oops. Now you can see here you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things on each line, and that's because each of those has to have all of these 8 ones and zeros, and that's the 6 characters here. Okay, so when we're doing hex, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, quite a few. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 and 8. Sorry.
What about bin walk?
Not for this. Okay, so bin walk's very useful for lots of things, but not for what we're doing right now. Anyone's interested, bin walk is something that allows you to sort of essentially cut apart a binary. So if you've got like cats, there we go, bin cat. So we have binwalk installed, we don't. So binwalk would let me look inside and see which bits are code, which bits might be the things. It's classic CTF task is to provide binwalk on things, and you find that people have tagged like other files on the end or hidden bits inside, or you can chop them up. But no, not for this one. This is much lower level basic stuff. So it's just converting the stuff across. We can also convert things to octal. So we can use hex dump -b, which is strange letter to use, but there you go. And this is base 8. So again, this is showing the same data in another format. What we want to do is we want to create a program that will run like these programs, but it will show what's put into it in all of the formats. Okay. Now we're going to call it transcoder because that's what we're doing. We're transcoding things from one format into another format. I've given you a bunch of code to start you off, right? And that's the stuff that you get in here. So what are you going to do? The first thing I want you to do is I want you to make your version of this. Okay, now you should be logged in, so you all have access to GitHub Enterprise. You then use this fork button up here, and you can see some people have already been creating forks. The number 3 next to it. Where do we want to put it? Now you probably won't get this option. I get this option because I'm in part of multiple different organizations on Git, but just your username will do. You create a fork, she's got a fork in it. Okay, and now we've got this CSX239, that's me, transcoder, which is not the same as CUE8 transcoder, which is the one that you got the link to. And what this means is that here I can do whatever I like and it stays separate to the other one. So you will do this as your first thing. Then you're going to clone this. Right now, this is making a copy of the repository. So all of these files and keeping them on our system, local system, so the VM in this case, we can then edit it and we can commit those changes and push them back up. There's a big description of Git and what those sort of basic concepts are, again, on the site, so the links that you've got. But the quick start is this: you copy this, okay? And it says here it's going to clone SSH, but I'm going to switch it to use HTTPS. The reason for that is that it's going to be easier for me to demonstrate how it works. What you can do later is, and I'll make a little video for this as we go along because it makes things a bit quicker for you, is you can use the SSH one, and that way you don't have to keep typing the username and password because you have a predefined key that you keep locally. But I'm not going to complicate it for this first section. And then we're going to put that somewhere. So I'm going to go into a new directory and let's make one called, I don't know, I'll call it week 2. I've already got week 2. I'm going to go into week 2 and I'm going to use git clone and then that thing that I copied and pasted. Okay, so off it goes and it puts the stuff in. So you should be able to see transcoder is there, and here it is. Now we're going to make a virtual environment. We're going to run the tests. We're going to do all the things that we need to do. What I've done is I've given you a make file, and that's also described on the website how these things work. But essentially, if you type make and you're in Z shell and you've got a make file and then press tab, it will tell you what it can do. Okay. The things that are important here are we can make a virtual environment and we can make any prerequisites that we need. So make venv runs that for us. Very simple, but it just means it's automated. And then I'm going to activate it, so the same as we always do. So this time it's called venv, so I'm going to put that and activate it, and you can see my virtual environment is now activated. And now I need to install a bunch of stuff with pip. If you look inside the requirements thing, I want these: wheel, colored, pytest, p.3, but I can just do make prereqs, and what that will do is it will run this command, pip install -r requirements.txt, and it will then just download all of them and install them all in one go. Okay, so off it goes. Remember, ignore the wheel issue, not really a problem. So I should be able to do which p.3, do rehash my tab completion, which p.3, yep, which py.test, yep, all fine. Okay, so what else can I do? Well, I can also do make test, and what that's going to do is it's going to run the tests for this. We have 3 tests currently. It's testing hex, octal, and binary. They work. We'll find out what they are in a moment. But you'll also see that they're running from inside a different file. Okay, and that's quite handy. Right. Last thing then, we're actually going to run it now. So the source for this is inside SRC. The tests are inside tests. The virtual environment's inside them, so it's quite nice and tidy. So running it from inside source, quite easy. There we go. So it's transcoder version 0.1 pre-alpha input. It's currently any text, so it's just whatever text you feel like. And it shows hex, octal, and binary versions of the same thing. Okay, nice and simple. We can look at the contents of the file, so you can see how it's built. Let me just get the editor back. Week 2, transcoder, source, transcoder.py. It's got documentation, so if we did, the documentation with pdoc, we'd get the documentation out, and that's good. The first one has quite a few more comments in it than the other ones, but that's because I wanted to use this to explain to you what's going on, because you're going to base yours on this. So it's got these 3 things as hex, as octal, as binary, and we have this basic input data. So let's change this to something else. Like that. And then we'll go and run it like we did before. And you can see now we get a different input, and we get different hex, octal, and binary. Okay, so that's running, that's testing. We can run it as many times as we want. We can run the tests. Clearly it works. What is it that you've got to do? Well, what you've got to do is here. So your first task is to look at the code. You have a look through, and you're going to use the code that's there and extend it so that we can now also output ASCII codes. Okay, so rather than displaying just hex, octal, and binary, we're essentially going to display it in base 10. So that's normal, 1 to 10 numbering system that we always use, and we're going to display those character codes as well. So 65 is capital A, 66 is a B, and so on. Okay, now in hex that would have been 41, 42, 43, and in binary it's going to be 1 0 0 0 1 and then 1 0 on the end for the 66 and so on. So we need to add one thing. You already have in the code an example of how to do it as octal, how to do it as binary, how to do it as hex, and the calls to those functions. So you've got a template to go from. So quite straightforward. You can copy and paste, rename, add your stuff. You should also, though, be adding your test cases and your documentation. If you do that, you've got an intermediate task, so something to challenge you a bit more, and that is to have a look at the code below, which uses input, and then use that to have it so that when you run transcoder, you get to type in whatever you want. And then the last one is to add a similar kind of output that you get with XXD and hexdump. So if you've done programming before, or you're picking it up really fast, then get it to look like this, okay, where each of the characters is aligned. And this is actually kind of useful, because when you've got something like this and you're looking through, you can actually see the format things are in. So 0x is shortcut to say this is in hex, 0O for octal, 0B, and then the plain one here. So this is binary 101. So hex, octal, binary, and decimal. So this is the character code, the ASCII. So 101 is whatever that character is there. Let's have a look. What did I put in? Oh, any text. So here we go. So the first letter A, 41 in hex, 101 in octal, 1 and then a bunch of zeros and a 1 in binary, 65 in ASCII. Okay. Right. There's another link here about F strings with more information, and I'll put that link and the other one I was using earlier up on here as well, so you've got another reference. Everything that you need should be here. Oh, also the download files bit, I've broken the paths, and I meant to fix that this morning. I haven't got around to it. So you copy and paste rather than download. None of them are very big, so if you do need to download them, these are just demos, so you don't actually have to. But I will fix it anyway in case you want to try stuff out. Other than that, that's everything that you need for getting on with this. Do we have any questions?
I think people have gotten a bit lost. I think it was the change of topic that really threw them off, because we went from, this is test code, and then we're like, so ASCII, hex, binary. Do you know what I mean? My recommendation for you guys is to look at the web page and the test, all of the stuff on the transcoder first. Have a real read through, see how much you can do, and even if all you can do is feel lost, at least you'll have more specific questions that we can help you with. That's probably one of the best ways to do it. And some people are finding it difficult from Linux command line back to Python as well, and that jumping around.
You will get used to that. It's one of those things, like embedding yourself with Linux is not a wasted thing. All this stuff you're going through now, you're gonna have to go through at some point. This industry, just pretty much demands that everyone has Linux. There's no way you're gonna go out into cybersecurity and go, I don't really touch Linux. It just doesn't fit. So it's worth it, I promise. Amrit. So the reason you're getting that, I think, is because of the way that the stuff's set up. So if you run that not from that directory, but the way that I was showing you using PyTest, then it'll work. Not every bit of Python is run just by typing its name. So with the tests, for example, using PyTest. So in the main directory, you can do make test and it'll run them, but running the tests on their own isn't really useful in this case.
I think it is Linux that's confusing a lot of people. They've not really used it before.
Well, Dan's letting us borrow his Linux trainer, so we work out how to get that to you, which is actually, Dan, do you want to explain the Linux trainer?
Well, yeah. So I've got it's like a war game. War games. So war games are commonly used in cybersecurity to teach people how to do things. Right. So it's a series of levels and it runs through the basic Linux command line prompt. So what I will do, so it takes you from everything from making directories, making files, reading files, permissions, and it will take you up. There's 30 something levels of it that are like very useful functions for you. So I will get a copy of that across to James and let you play with it. Well, that's where war games come from. So from the film War Games. No, so it's a bit like, so try Hack Me. I don't know if they have a terminal, Linux terminal one. So Try Hack Me has a lot of really cool stuff for learning web exploits, but I've not seen a terminal thing. If they do, it will be very similar to Try Hack Me. It was inspired by Bandit, by the guys at Over the Wire, right? So if you've played something like that, that's cool. Yeah, Bandit's awesome. Inspired by Bandit, but put towards what you guys need for the course. So I will get that available to you shortly. You can access it outside of the uni, but you need to be on the VPN. And I will get that across to you in a bit. Yeah, and there's even an exploit in it. So you get to do some path poisoning and get to do some privilege escalation.
Okay.
The other thing, Valerian, if that's correct. Oh, sorry for mangling your name. I am doing a sequence of videos on the Linux trainer for my other class, so we can release some videos at the same time. Yeah. So I'll make those available to James as well. What I would do is like play along, right? Don't just watch the videos and think, yeah, I've got Linux sorted, because that's not going to work. The way you'll get used to this is just by doing it, right? And I notice over the summer when I'm not working constantly with coding, my skills drop off a little bit, and it takes me some time to get back used, get the flow. So anyhow, so that's that. James, important thing though, Git Hub, you need to do the SSH keys thing quickly, because passwords are going for downloads. I can't remember the date, but they've announced that you won't have HTTP password based access. It's all going to be token based.
Okay.
And that was announced earlier this week. So you've probably got a couple of months, but it's worth
it's fine. We'll put up a video on how to do it, because it's a little bit fiddly, but easy enough to do. And for now, you only need to like pull the stuff down. You don't actually need to do anything. We'll go over the pushing and the next project, rather than complicate the stuff here.
But it's a good decision. I like it. So anyway, I'll shut up now.
Oh yeah, no, it makes sense. Just quickly, Amrit, you're running it from inside. So I made the tests for this one to be run from the root, not the test directory. So instead of doing pytest -v and then that file name in that directory, go back a directory, so cd ... and then just do the same as what you're doing, but start with tests / and then the name of the test file. It's just because that's how I expect it to be run. So when it finds the transcoder module to test, it actually goes, it adds the backer directory into the path and then loads it. It's a bit complicated, but essentially just do it from the root directory and it'll be fine.
Agnes has a question as well there, James. Do you want to answer that one? Basically, you put 0x 0 for each of the line numbers first before the data.
It's just because that shows that it's in hex. So the trouble is, you can quite often, if you see this 101, it's not clear. That could be 5. It could be 101. It could be 65. It could be it could be anything. It could be in hex. It could be So we just don't know. So if we did, that actually wasn't binary. That was hex. Or you might do 101. Or you might do the octal. There are different ways to show this. Sometimes people show them different ways. I've picked to be consistent and use this sort of notation because it's nice and clear. So if you see a number like this, you can be fairly certain that it's going to be either hex, octal, or base 10, a normal counting, but it could be any one of those things. If you saw 129, you can be fairly certain it's either going to be decimal, denary, or hex, but again, we don't know. And if we saw 12F, we can be pretty sure it's hex, but plenty of times it's difficult.
For more information, please see the link that I'm posting in the chat. Shameless plug, because I wrote all of that information for you.
Mattia, if you're in the root directory for the project, you can actually just type make test and it'll run it. And all that's doing is it's running the command from inside the right place and with the right thing. So you can actually look. That's him. Yeah, I mean, technically we were over 10 minutes ago. We're just answering questions for this.
Yeah. If you guys want to go, you can go. If you want to send any questions or environment questions or anything, things are broken, you know where to find me. Let me know.
Yeah, I'm going to drop out as well because I've got a meeting. But some of you guys in my tutor group, I've been sending you emails and asking you if you wanted to meet at this time. Obviously, that's not going to work. But I'll set up a poll and we'll work out a time when we can meet. But currently, it looks like we've got no overlap. Sorry, non-overlap in our free time in the timetables, which is quite exciting. So, but we'll deal with that online. But hi tutor group.
Mohammed, I'll upload as soon as I can. It takes a while for the recording to be available. Then I have to get it and download it, which when the last one turned out to be 35 gigabytes. So that can be a fun game in itself. And then I need to go through and just sort of top and tail it, make sure that we're not getting like lots of blank bits. and I'll add the raw video, and then hopefully I will then be able to go through and pull out, the specific bits about certain areas, like I did last time with the VM, and upload those separately so that we can refer back. Tonight, possibly, but I think it wasn't until late the following day that I actually had access to the recording last time. So if it's there, I'll do it. If not, I'm afraid I won't. It'll be done as soon as I can. Agnes, yes, it's a 0x something is to signify hex. Why is it the same for all of them? So in the screenshot, the screenshot that you posted, so I see what you mean. In the first part, yeah. Right. I misunderstood the question. So they are the line numbers, if you like. So that's the where are we starting from? So 00, 01, 02, 03. That was meant to be line 1, line 2, like line 3 for the number of things. So it was just a count, and I wanted to show that we were doing that in hex because
what you said previously is still valid, isn't it? It's like you say, like it's still a hex number, but it's just a line count basically, and then the data comes after it. So yeah. Why is it showing the line number and not the offset like in other tools like XXD or HexDump? Wants to know.
Just what I decided it was going to do. It wasn't really a big decision. Probably the offset would also be by all means, you can do it by offset, which would be fine as well. A lot of it is just about I'm trying to work out what the sort of reasonable task is, for people that are just starting, and then have like slightly more advanced ones that are not looking too scary. But yeah, having the offset would be great, and things like that would be really useful. So
it looks like Amrit's having a problem importing the transcoder.
Okay, so how are you running that? Are you running that with PyTest, or are you running the file itself?
Asim, I'm assuming you want to talk about the.
Okay, so sorry.
That's all right. You do you. I can type mine.
Amrit, you don't run the file. Run it with PyTest. Okay, so let me share my screen and I can show you what I mean. Lost my VM. There it is. So here we are. We've got the tests. So what we should do is, well, first of all, you can do make test, okay, and it will just run the tests. If you look there, it runs them. If you look inside the make file, I'm using less. You actually see what test does, and it just runs this line, okay? So it runs everything that's in test, which is actually, if you look at tests, it's only one file anyway, test transcoder. You can ignore the PyCache stuff. That's just for where it stashes stuff that's being byte compiled. So when I type make test, it's actually the same as doing py.test -v tests. Okay, so that's how you would run those files. The reason that if you try and do it so that like Amrit had that problem earlier is if you're inside the tests directory and you do py.test and then test transcoder, it tells you can't find it. And if I look inside the test, you see this line here. What it does is it actually goes, right, everything you're going to import is back one directory inside source. So when you run it from here, it's not getting it right. So here, when it's run, it says, right, add in, and let me just get that file back up again, test transcoder. It says, right, add in ./source, which is here, source directory. When I run it from inside the test directory, it should really be ./src, because it's got to go back a directory first, and that's why it's there. If you wanted to, you could make it work either way by just adding both of those, but then you've got a chance that you'll end up with something clobbering another one, as in you maybe have two things called transcoder.py in different places, and it then maybe imports the one you didn't expect. So not greatest to have multiple things just in case. but that's why.
Yep. Ethan asked, how do you import the transcoder? He had a fire alarm go off, so he missed that part apparently.
Okay. So it's on the video. But essentially, you're gonna use you're gonna fork the repository, and then you're going to use the cloning from there. So I can show you again in here, but it will also be on the recording. So I'll do a quick demo now, and it'll also be on the recording. So I'm gonna make a directory in here called TMP, just so that I've not got one. So
I've only got a black screen, James.
Oh, why did it do that?
Don't know. It's daft, isn't it?
Let me stop and start the sharing again.
Amrit, honestly, like, this is what we're here for. There's nothing you need to apologise for.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, we can totally see.
So,
Simran, you can totally go. Yeah.
In here, you've got this bit: clone or download, clone with HTTPS. You to be honest, if it's public, you can do it with either, but use HTTPS for now, and then I'll put up a video on how to make keys and stuff so we can use SSH. And then you type in git clone and the thing that you want to clone, which I didn't copy. Should have done. Okay, did that time. And then it downloads it and puts it into a folder called transcoder. So if I look now, there's transcoder, and that's how I get it. Okay, so that's a copy of the repository. If you're interested, you'll notice that the notes for this are also on GitHub. You can also, if you take the pages part out of the URLs, you can get to the repository, which is the notes for the thing. You can then, if you wanted to, you can clone a copy of that. So you can keep a copy of all of the notes on your drive if you want to. And as they change, because we update them, we're adding that stuff to it as we go along. You can just use git pull to get there. And all of those kinds of commands, the super basic intro to this is in the quick start guide. So apply quick start, version control, and then gives you the key concepts. What is a change? What's the repository? How do we stage changes and that kind of stuff? How do we clone a repository? So how do we get something from somewhere and put it down? How do we push and pull changes? So as things have changed, it's all explained in here, and we'll be using it more and more. So there'll be more and more demos of this kind of stuff as we go along, and we do more complex stuff with it.
There's one other thing that people are asking about, some of the websites that were mentioned and things like that. I'm going to try and collect up all of the websites that keep getting mentioned in these lectures, and we'll put them all in like an extra resources section. But for anything like what you need to know right at this precise moment in time, go to that quick start guide, look at this week's stuff, which is the transcoder stuff, and be comfortable with that today and the previous stuff.
Yeah.
And if you want to do future reading, obviously it's the next one.
Also, most of the websites that we keep pointing you to, they are just the two websites that are pointed to from Aula. So in Aula, it says, right, these are the two things you definitely need, and there they are. And quite often you'll have links to stuff, and they will go straight there. So Tony says use the middle button. Is that? Oh, maybe that's replied to someone else. Oh, I can't paste the.
That's a paste in and get up. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're copying it from here, chances are you won't be able to paste it inside your VM unless it's set up, which is flaky. So it's better to be in the VM and then open it up if you want to get stuff in there. So you can just remember it or write it down and go in, or go into your VM, get Firefox, log into Aula and follow the links from there. Then you can bookmark them. You've got access to everything from inside the VM.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome, Faizan. It's
what we're here for.
Like Adam said, yes, it's what we're here for. So, right.
Any more last minute questions, quick? Because that is James's right. It's time to go voice.
It is. It's the. I don't. If you all met Antal yet, I'm not sure you have. So Antal is the deputy course director. He's Hungarian. He watches a podcast. No. I don't know where it was now. There was a podcast or just Twitter account, which is just the secret code of British people. And so we were at the pub once, and I went like this, and he goes, this means you're about to say that it's time for you to go. And he's like, that's the first time I'd heard of it. And they were really, really good. Yes, so saying right is definitely mean time to go. Right. How can I edit the transcoder test transcoder.py file? You can use any editor you like. It's just a text file, just like the others. So use Pluma, use LeafPad if you've installed that, or Xedit, which is installed. But Pluma is the one that's installed by default in the VM, so you can use that. Which is also what Adam's just said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Stanley, you can do it. I wasn't gonna go over that part this week. I was gonna sort of save that for the start of next week. But yeah, you can keep your changes. It was really just getting people used to the idea that the code comes from somewhere else, and then they can edit it. And then that was the thing for the start of next time,
isn't it? Yeah. We want people using Git as fast as possible, basically. So yeah, you don't have to push your changes yet.
But yeah, by all means, if you know what you're doing, so go ahead.
Yeah. Anything else? I think we should call it.
I think we should call it. In fact, the one thing I do is just to call back to the first bit that we said, which is also that I said there were contributors. So a couple of people have actually submitted changes to the content. So fixed a typo, improved some of the examples. So on the one for next week with the Nmap example, the university now has another port open, so someone's realised there's a discrepancy and modified that, which is great. So it keeps it up to date. Someone else also spotted for this week one of my examples of how to do the hex dump stuff. There's a typo. One of the characters was actually the wrong character, and that's been fixed. And that's because they've cloned the repository, so they've made their own. They've forked the repository, made changes, and then they've submitted theirs as a request to merge their content with mine. So we call a pull request, which has been accepted and put in. So this is being used live and practically when we're doing the module development as well. Yeah. So middle mouse button is only going to work if you've copied and pasted it inside the VM, most likely. So the thing to do is in the VM, go to the GitHub website, log in, and then get it from inside there, and then you should be able to paste it in. So I'm just going to quickly share a screen with this one last bit.
Yeah, I think the logging into Ola, or however you want to say it, inside the VM, and then getting all of the links and bookmarking them is definitely the way forward.
Yeah, so like in here, select that. I can right click, copy, and then here when I use middle click, it does it. Or if I right click and go paste, it does it. Okay, so they're both there, or probably even edit paste will do it. Yeah, so easy once you're in the VM, but that is not the same clipboard as the ones outside the VM.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, I've got a sneaking suspicion that most of the people that are here who aren't talking are just sitting around because they've gone off somewhere and they've left their stuff on.
Yeah.
All right, it's been nice. Thank you guys.
Thank you all for coming, and yeah, expect the video as soon as I can get it up there.
All right, cheers. Bye.
Enjoy. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I don't blame you. It's fine. It will all be on the video anyway. It looks like James has forgotten to stop the recording anyway, so it'll keep recording until everybody's left, I think. All right, take care, guys. Have a great day. And remember, if you've got any more questions, feel free to message us.